All right, the time is 9:18. We're going to call the meeting to order. Morning, everybody. First thing that we're going to do is to consider any modifications to the agenda. Are there any changes to be made? With no changes made, go to the next item on the agenda. Approval of the minutes of the last meeting.
This is Dawn Berkshire. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Of the January meeting? Thank you. Do we have a second?
This is Sheena Nagaraja. Second.
So we have a motion to approve the minutes from the January and February meeting. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the reciprocity application for Dr. Rentz. I understand Dr. Rentz is joining us.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Good morning.
Good
Do we
morning.
have visual? There you are. Morning, Dr. Rentz.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're doing well.
Awesome.
Looking at your application, and I understand that you're aware of this, your continuing education is short, and I understand you're going to take some additional CAs at the end of April.
Correct. We have our Arkansas CE meeting this next week, and I'll be getting another 20 hours during that. So I think I'm good after that, as far as hours wise.
Okay. I just wanted to point that out to the board members. Are there any questions for Dr. Rentz?
Have you already established employment in the Kansas area?
I am in the process of that. My wife just got into residency like 2 weeks ago. So we've been scrambling to get a house and everything like that. I've got a couple offers on the table right now, just doing a couple last minute meetings.
Is that in the Kansas City Metro?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other questions for Dr. Rentz? Do we have a motion regarding Dr. Rentz's reciprocity application? I'll remind the board members that we can't give a complete reciprocity application at this moment. We'd have to provide a provisional license pending the completion of his continuing education. Actually, that sounds like a motion. So I would move to make a motion to accept the reciprocity application of Dr. Rentz, provided that he completes his continuing education hours. Once the continuing education is completed, he will be given a regular license and not a provisional license. Do I hear a second?
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Rentz.
Thank you guys. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye. Next item on the agenda is the reciprocity application for Dr. Sarah Stockwell. Dr. Stockwell, are you with us this morning?
Yes, I am. Are you able to hear me?
There you are.
Okay.
There can be a little bit of a delay sometimes.
Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes. Actually, it's a little bit muffled on both of them. Is that their system or is that our AV? It's the internet connection. Okay, thank you. All right. Regarding Dr. Stockwell, are there any questions for Dr. Stockwell?
Hey, Dr. Stockwell, this is Laura Durst. I don't know if I missed it or not, but do we have a copy of your contract yet?
I don't believe so. I can get that for you though.
Because I do believe the application asks for a copy of the contract.
Okay, I can get that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? So this again would be a situation of a provisional license based on receipt of the contract. Do we have a motion?
This is Dawn Bircher, and I would make a motion to accept a provisional Kansas state license for Sarah Stockwell pending completion of the application.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Stockwell. We'll just await the receipt of your contract.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the trade name applications. First is for Dr. Doug Harriet. Is Dr. Harriet joining us this morning? No. I'm going to suggest that we postpone this trade name and then we move on to the next one. And that's of Dr. Tony Brown. Is Dr. Brown joining us?
I think you likely do need a motion to
a motion?
table the application. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to table the application of Dr. Doug Harriet?
I'll make a motion to table the application of Dr. Douglas Harriet till later in the meeting when he can perhaps join us.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Dawn Bircher. I'll second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the trade name for Dr. Tony Brown. Is Dr. Brown joining us? I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Brown.
Good morning.
Good morning. Your trade name application is next on the agenda.
Great.
Do any of the board members have questions for Dr. Brown? If there are no questions, is there a motion regarding the trade name?
I will make a motion to accept Dr. Brown's chosen trade name of Clarity Eye Care.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor of accepting the trade name Clarity Eye Care for Dr. Brown, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Brown.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Next item on the agenda is report of the president. First thing to do is the election of the board officers. Do we have any position changes to consider? Do we?
Lozada, how much
Yes.
longer are you going to be on the board?
My tenure ends December 31.
I'm just thinking if you stay as president, I just want to make sure there's no lag between when you leave and filling that position. Make sure we don't need to do a special meeting to redo this again.
So that would mean that Dr. Bircher would replace me.
Whoever the board elects.
Oh, so they would have an election in January?
Yeah, that's what this is. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have a motion regarding the positions as they are today?
Well, I just had another thought for consideration first. The other thought would be to move Dr. Bircher into the president position with you here for the next, 6 months or so to be here to supervise and advise and that sort of thing before you rotate off. And that way Dr. Nakaraja would have an opportunity to begin perhaps in a vice president capacity and have you be the advisor.
I would be member at large.
Member at large, correct. But also, tap into your wisdom and years of experience. So that is just another thought, not that I'm trying to ouster you from your position.
It's a good idea.
Just a different consideration.
It's a good idea. So this side of the room is in favor of that. There's two people who need to give their input.
And I don't know if you're prepared to assume the presidential position yet, Dawn, or not.
And by this side of the room, I mean, including me.
I think my only input from experience is I was, I don't want to say pushed into, but awarded the seat of vice presidency within probably 4 months of joining the board, and it's a little overwhelming. And so if Sheena wants a little more time to kind of get her feet wet, I think that's something to consider.
Are we able to change the positions at any quarterly meeting, or does it have to be at specific meetings?
The election has to be in April, correct?
The statute says the board shall meet in April and elect board members.
Yeah, that's right. I wouldn't see why you wouldn't be able to change positions at a later date if that's the will of the board. But then otherwise, of course, if Dr. Lozada is no longer a board member, then you need to replace whatever position he may hold. So But I think to answer your question, you would have the flexibility at a later date if you needed to.
I like the idea of the person rolling on is. Well, Jan said so. There you go.
The only thing I was thinking, I'm not opposed to it at this moment, but then we also have the whole licensing thing coming up in July. So I didn't know if like the next quarterly meeting after that would be a good time to make that transition, which would still allow you to have time. But if we're limited on.
So we can table that idea until June. Okay.
I say we go for it today.
You want to switch today?
Get it over with, yeah. I
Okay.
mean, I'm not sure what we're accomplishing by waiting until the next meeting.
And I think you do need to elect officers today. It's, as Jan pointed
Yes,
out,
we
it's by
do.
statute.
Let's do it.
We do. So if Dr. Bircher is elected as president today, do we switch seats?
It begins tomorrow at 8 a.m., Gerard.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea, especially since you prepared for the meeting to take it all the way through. So that's probably the best approach.
All right. So since you started the proposal, would you please go ahead and state the positions?
Okay. I propose the following officer slate. President would be Don Bircher. Vice President would be Sheena Nagaraja. Member at large would be Gerard Lozada, and Secretary Treasurer, myself, Laura Durst.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Effective date. Do we need to say something about the effective date? Okay. Effective date will be soon. All right. Moving on, we will do a review of old business. It's actually a good meeting to have that vote because I'm bringing up several items. First item to discuss are the contact lens investigations being conducted by the Board of Healing Arts. 4 remain open. 1 has closed. The investigation with Avio Contacts is closed. I've checked the Board of Healing Arts website and have not found a final order listed. So lens.com, Web Eye Care, kits.com, and Ainsley Inc. are all open investigations. So this is the part that I wanted to bring up. At some point, somebody needs to take over these investigations. They're all completed. They're all the ones that were done by our board are completed. These are the ones by the Board of Healing Arts that we sent to them. So another officer needs to just monitor them, and monitoring means contacting them before the board meeting and or having Jan contact them before the board meeting and asking the status. So my suggestion, and this is just a suggestion, is for Dr. Nagaraja to take the contact lens investigations. There's some paperwork that's involved, so that's my proposal.
Sounds good.
All right. So during one of the breaks, I will give the paperwork to you. Thank you. Next item is the new pages for the ring binder. They've already been passed out to everybody, is that correct? Okay, so everyone has the new pages to add regarding hearings. Oh, not, which one did?
I did the one with the regulation update. It's the one I handed out.
Okay,
This is the hearing one on the board's website. It's where I
Okay.
posted it. And I forgot that was what I was supposed to do, so. Yeah. That's, the one I handed you is for the regulation update that we just did in February.
oh, that's right, that's right.
Yeah. the updated-
That's right.
The updated fees is the only thing that changed on it.
So I would suggest that the board members print out 65-4-3 and add it to your ring binder.
No, that's the one that I just passed out, was that, for that reg, for that
Well,
page.
is that it?
Yeah, that's that page. So you can replace page
see that.
3 in your notebook, and that's the page that you will replace it with.
All right,
Yeah, you should be able to pull out that same page out of your binder and replace it with that page. And it should be good.
okay. Next item I would like to discuss is that on the trade name application, a change was made after consulting with legal counsel. And the change that was made is that there's now a question regarding if the applicant intends to practice by virtual or remote means and how their practice will conform to the standards of 65-8-1. Is there any discussion regarding this change?
I'm unsure if you're referring to one specific application or all.
All applications moving forward.
Is that currently a question on the application? It's not.
That's on reciprocity, I believe, but not trade name.
It is.
Let me look at reciprocity.
I'm not sure. I mean, I know you want to include the question on all, but I don't recall the timing there.
I can check and then get back with you. Does that sound good?
It has been posted online, the new updated application for both trade names and reciprocity.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have a question for you, Mr. Resner. Are we able to discuss today if other licenses held and denied can be added to the licensure application and reciprocity application?
Sure.
Okay.
Mhm.
So in January, we had a discussion about adding some new questions for the reciprocity and licensure examinations forms. And we discussed adding questions about other licenses that were held by applicants and denials of other licenses by applicants. Those questions have been added. I do not believe the other board members have reviewed them yet. Have you received those forms yet for review? No?
And are you referring to trade name applications or reciprocity applications?
This time it's examination by licensure and reciprocity application. Although a trade name application, would that be a reasonable question to ask.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that would be pertinent on a trade
That's what
name
I'm thinking.
application. It seems a little bit attenuated from what you're really focused on there.
Okay.
I
my
can
thought.
verify that virtual or remote means is on the trade name application already.
Okay. So the discussion is to make this change. The reason that these changes are coming is that as we go through the processes of examination by licensure, reciprocity application, trade name applications, we found that there's information that is easier to obtain initially rather than trying to get it later. And sometimes we don't get it later. So this is the idea behind these changes. I think the next step to do then would be to forward these changes to you, to the other board members, for your review. And then we can vote in June. Are there any questions, any discussion? I would just say to all the board members that if you go to the website, the main header, second to last one is forms. And if you click on that link, all of the forms that the board utilizes are on there. And I believe that they need to be updated as we're going through all of our processes. We're finding that some of these have statements that need to be removed, that no longer apply, questions that need to be added, etc. And that's going to come up almost immediately. So if we go, by the way, any other discussion? So if we go to new business, that's the very next thing that I'm going to state. If we go to the discipline page on the website, scroll to the very bottom, and there's a statement there. I believe that statement needs to be removed. So I'll give you all a moment to get to that page. Or would you like me to just read it? All right, I'm going to read it. Persons wishing to obtain information about disciplinary actions for licensed optometrists may contact the board office. This information may be requested by phone, fax, mail, or email. Use the open records request form at this site, or the form can be mailed at your request. No list of disciplinary action exists, so information will be provided on a name-by-name basis. That's at the bottom of the page where a list of disciplinary actions is present. So I believe that that paragraph just needs to be removed entirely. Discussion?
Hold over from when we didn't have anything listed on the website.
That's correct. And as I just mentioned, that's why we're coming across these things as we've made changes and we look at different aspects of the website and the forms. We realize that there's things to be added, things to be removed. So I'll ask Ms. Murray to please remove that paragraph when she has an opportunity. Next item. There's a phrase that I doubt any of the current board members have heard, and that is keeper of the codes. That's what I thought. Okay. So there is a board member who is in charge of all of the codes that are billable in the state of Kansas. It is a document. It's a document that needs to be maintained sometimes through the legislative process or through changes in Medicare, a code is removed, and sometimes a code is added that was not there previously. I'll let you guess who's the current keeper of the codes. Yes. It was given to me right after I began on the board so that there would not be a lot of transfer of this over the years. So I've had it for over 8 years. So of course, my suggestion is going to be that the newest board member take this position. That's my suggestion to replace me, Dr. Nagaraja. This one is about as difficult as the other suggestion that I made. So they're both quite straightforward.
Yeah, that sounds good. I can do that.
May I ask a question? So these are CPT codes, correct, for optometry? Mm-hmm. Okay.
CPT codes, procedure codes. And what I've done is every time I make a modification, I change the version. I think we're on version 8 right now, 7 or 8. And I put the date it was last updated. It's important to hang on to it. I also believe that Jan should have a copy in case there's ever a problem. So Jan and I are the two individuals who have that, and I will turn it over to you later today.
Do we need to make a motion for this, Tim? Okay.
I don't know if we're going to need to go into an executive session to discuss the next item. But next on my list, so it's almost like I was expecting to be replaced today. But the next item on my list was forwarding of documents to other board members. I've already forwarded 2. But then there's also the folders related to investigations. I don't know if that's something that we need to discuss in executive session or how we will move forward, because there are some that are active that I may not complete by the end of the year. Should we table that until October?
Are you talking about discussing specific investigations?
Not content, but yes, specific investigations.
Okay. I mean, I think the best approach would be to go through Jan with respect to assigning or reassigning open investigations.
Okay.
And that's the way that it's typically handled. And so
Okay.
that would be a nice way to transition.
Okay. Thank you. So no executive session is necessary. Next item, confidentiality agreements. We've agreed to them, we just haven't signed them yet. Do we have some agreements to sign, Ms. Murray?
No, because I forgot.
Okay. So we will sign those in June or July.
Well, and we could always just disseminate and then have everyone sign and return to Jan that way. I don't know that you need to do it at an actual meeting.
Okay.
And I think there's one other, if I may.
Certainly.
One other, if you're going to be, I assume there's going to be a discussion about former board members or these work groups and extending the confidentiality, only with respect to what can be confidential, of course, but including those persons also, I think as soon as possible makes sense.
Correct. We're gonna have a discussion on work groups in a little bit anyway. Next would be the 2023 examination assignments. So I think traditionally, the board president is in charge of the practical exam with help. Who is it that helps? Is it the vice president? Because then the vice president is in charge of the written. No, I believe. You helped me, correct? So you would help Dawn this year, so then you and I would work on the written. So that you know, we do have a list of questions. We have a database. We look at them. Do we want to have everyone write, say, how many questions? How many new questions?
I'd recommend 3 to 5 each board member.
Yeah.
If you plan on attending the ARBO meeting, you learn quite a bit about question writing, test writing, all of the above. So.
And just as an FYI, the updated master list from last year is posted on the board-only website.
I would really like to encourage that we take another look at the examination for the law test. I feel like Jared and I worked on it a little bit last year, and it kind of got pulled at the last minute. But there's a lot of redundant questions. There's a lot of questions just the way they are written, it's intentionally confusing, and I don't think that's what the law test is about. I think it's about what is your knowledge and do you have a comprehension of what you're doing in our state. So I'd like that to be considered, especially with the new regulations.
No, true. The new regulations.
Just for consideration.
So that was you and I who worked on it last year.
Dr. Sparks tabled it as no regulations had been changed last year.
So it would still be you and I, just in different roles. This time I wait for you to give me a call instead of when and where we're going to meet. That's a good idea. I think we should do that again. Do we? I suggest that we have a time frame. The examination is in July, so do you think 1 month is sufficient to write the questions?
I was just going to ask what our deadline would be.
May 15?
Does that sound good to you, Dr. Nagaraja, to look those over?
And what would be helpful would be to look at the previous exams, get an idea as to the questions. One of the things that Jan can also provide is the analysis of the exam. So there are some questions that will have very high correct answer rates and some that will have very low. I'm not in favor of either one. I mean, so that way you can look at them and get an idea as to how we've done them in the past.
When would it be good to have a final draft by? When is that typically timeline-wise?
I think we try to have it all done by Memorial Day. Is that correct? The written. The practical is a different story. So have we submitted the written to the other board members? We have submitted the written to the other board members for them to review. The examination is July 17th.
21st and 22nd,
Oh, it's pretty late this year.
because of the thing going on the weekend prior, the country stampede or whatever it's called.
Right. Let's aim to be, to submit everything to the board members by May 31st. Can obviously be earlier. And then that way we may be completely done before Arbo. What?
That'd be great.
So Dr. Lozada, I'm
Yes.
assuming that by May 15th, everyone will submit me the 3 to 5 questions. I'll add them to the master list, and then somebody will go through the master list and pick out the questions that they want by May 31st?
Yes,
Okay, just checking.
yes. So what we'll do hopefully beforehand is we'll pick X number of questions and then see what the new ones are like, and then we may modify from there. So Dr. Atterbury has been providing his office for us to use for the practical. I'll let him know that you'll be the person contacting him. He's been able to provide some patients. I've been able, I think last year I provided 2 patients. My suggestion is there's 5 stations, have 2 alternates. No, we're talking, so that's another thing. We need patient alternates and we need proctor alternates.
So this year, I do know that Dr. Sparks and her husband will be coming up, so that plus mine, that's 3. And usually if Dr. Ayer's not busy doing anything, he'll come up for it too. So we should be good on proctors.
Yeah. So 2 years ago, one of our patients dropped out the day before the exam. So we called the first alternate. They denied, they decided they didn't want to participate. So this is Friday afternoon during interviews. We're trying to find a 5th patient. And we did have a second alternate and it worked out. Then last year, we were going to be short 1 proctor or 2. 1. You called someone who came and helped us. Was it 1? Yeah.
I was out with COVID last year. Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So we have to have alternates. We learned that the hard way.
And I provided a few patients last year too, Dr. Bircher, so I've got a few patients on the list that, might be amenable to that.
And I will need the patient list, I'm going to say by July 1, so I can get their payments out to them, or have checks printed ready to hand out the day of the exam.
All right. Last item is source control guidance update. There is a statement that Jan sent to everyone. You should have received it. So just to bring everyone up to date, last week, President Biden signed a resolution bringing an end to the public health emergency. And so we have, Dr. Durst and I have written a statement. It's in your inbox. Has everyone been able to read it? It's open for discussion.
I had a concern, it seems very vague, which then turns around and opens the phone calls to Jan.
What can we do to remove the vagueness?
I think there needs to be this is the updated mask policy, because I don't believe masks are mentioned at all.
we don't mention masks. We always use the term source control because it's not just masking, it's also involved distancing, number of patients, hand washing. We've used the term source control for
So could
a
we
very long
just have
time.
a blanket statement that says that the board is still recommending mask be worn? Because that's a lot of it. They read that, you know. To me, that, I think that would cut down on a lot of phone calls and a lot of complaints. If we just had one statement and that it just said mask, the board is now recommending masks still be worn.
Yeah, we obviously don't want confusion.
The way I read the way we've written it is that we're not going to make any recommendations going forward
That's correct.
because it's not a
Public health emergency.
emergency anymore.
So maybe our direct statement should be, the Kansas State Board recommends source control as needed.
By the way, this is why I was trying to get a meeting last Thursday. I found out Wednesday.
Has the announcement been finalized, or is the announcement come out that I thought on May 1st is when everything went
It
into.
was going to be May 11th, 2023, but then Congress wanted to move the date sooner. And before the president went to Ireland, he signed a resolution. So fortunately, we'd begun to work on it, but then we had to have it. All right, let's see. Everyone has their email, right? Is it okay for me to send an email to everybody in a board meeting?
What are you sending?
Well, we're rewriting the one sentence at the very end. So I'm trying to send them another version, or should I just send it to Jan?
I mean, is it possible to pull it up on the screen?
Yeah, there you go, Jan. Thank you. That's even better.
So with the current statement, I guess, what concerns do you have? Like, what specific questions do you think people will have? Because I feel like,
Is the board recommending we wear masks? I think Jan will get at least 10 phone calls.
but I think if we're no longer making specific recommendations, we say that, like, you're using your best practice judgment. Because we've never technically, well, not, okay, like you said, like we've always said source control. And so,
All right, so it's the last sentence that we're working on.
The paragraph that's in italics is really moot, right?
Pardon?
The paragraph that's in italics is moot.
Oh, it is.
Never occurred because Congress preempted the administration.
So we can delete that paragraph.
And the sentence, the last sentence of from the first paragraph, because that's giving the link.
You can leave the very last sentence, Jan, I think is still okay. But then all the way up to the information below is from the Department of Health and Human Services. That can also be deleted.
Yes.
Yes, please. You know, if you were to forward it, then you could edit.
Was it unexpected
It was.
before his trip? Not May 1st?
May 11th, yeah. A month early. Okay. Yes, please. Delete the last sentence of the first paragraph. So the last sentence needs to explain the paragraph that was just removed. Jan, what if you put in, delete the word unexpectedly, and President Biden add the word recently signed. A bipartisan congressional resolution this month ending the public health emergency at the end of month. And then we could start the next sentence with, due to this change, ks.gov. The only thing I would say, Jan, is it's public health emergency. The P, the H, and the E are all capital. In that last, second to last sentence, it's public emergency, it's public health emergency with capital H. Yeah, they're all caps. Yes, please. Okay. Discussion?
I think it looks good.
All right, do we have a motion to post the new policy on the board website?
I move to post the new statement on the board website as written.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Ms.
I can also send that out as an email to everyone as well.
Yes, please.
Just check
Ms. Marie, would you go ahead and remove all of the previous,
previous ones.
yes,
Okay.
and just have that one?
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't know if there are any open investigations regarding the former policy.
That's a good
And what
question.
happens to those? I have none at this time.
If there is an investigation, I'm not sure if there are, but if there would be, I mean, it's still, if it fell within the time period that you're always referring back to the act, not to the guidance, because it was just guidance. But I mean, if there would, it wouldn't necessarily change retroactively. I'm not
Okay,
sure if that's a concern or not, though.
thank you. It's 10:15. Let's take a 10-minute break before we begin the report of the Vice President. We'll resume at 10:25. It is 10:27. We'll resume the meeting. Next item on the agenda is the report of the Vice President. Dr. Bircher.
Morning. Today we will be discussing telemedicine, our discussion about expired licenses for new applicants, and then also work groups. Telemedicine has been in the works for quite some time now, and I'm hoping you had a chance to review what was posted on the member-only page. The initial document has been submitted to the attorney, and he extracted most of it. So to be direct, the main point of telemedicine is we are keeping the same standards for all examinations, whether they are virtual, telemedicine, or in office. Any questions or concerns? Did anyone have a chance to review it?
Is there a final version available that we can vote on? Or can you have a final version available so that we can vote in July, sorry?
So I believe at this point, we were hoping to submit to KOA and get KOA's input on that. And then we wanted any input from board members today so that we could submit that to Todd. Any questions or concerns? So Jan, I think if we can go ahead and get that copy out to the KOA, that would be good.
I'll put together a clean version.
Okay.
We can send the clean. Yep.
Because my question was, do you want Tim's red lines on it?
I don't think anybody wants that.
It does make it look like I did a lot more work, although. No, the edited one is now posted. Tim's edited version was actually emailed to you. I'm not sure, Jan. I didn't check the board member page. All right. Last meeting, the subject of the expiration for CE and licenses for new applicants. And there is a proposal that if you apply within 90 days of the normal licensing expiration, then you would be expiring the following year plus your applicant dates. So this just means if you are applying in May 1 of 2023, you would not expire May 31st. You would expire May 31st of the following year.
Can you amend that to approval of the board? Because they can apply, but then it may not get board approval until after. Because that was the situation in February, is that we had a couple that you guys approved them, and they were going to be approved within 90 days of their expiration date. Does that make sense? So we'll take Dr. Stockwell that was on the agenda today. You approved her today, and so her license could come due May 31st.
Correct.
But because you just approved her today, she's going to get another year. But her original application could have came in January versus, and you didn't approve her until.
Gotcha.
That's where I'm going with it, is board approval, because granted, she still needs to come in and take the law exam before she's officially licensed, so.
So I think the current wording says that any license to practice optometry issued by the board shall expire on May 31st. So this is challenging because I think with some of the new updates we're hoping to move forward to, this all changes again. And so, I don't know, Tim, do you think that is inclusive enough? To practice optometry issued by the board shall expire.
Yeah, I think Jan's suggestion's a good one. I mean, you're suggesting discretion in the event that you would have concerns about an applicant. I mean, I suppose it still would be case by case. The statute allows for discretion on a case by case basis.
Okay.
The one that you just approved, I think in February, she will be in to take the law exam on Friday. And so until she passes the law exam, she will not be licensed until Friday.
So it'd be the date the license is issued.
I would say it should be the date the license is issued, not the date the application's received, et cetera.
Dr. Bircher, we did, I think at least what we initially kicked around was it moves to the next biennial date as opposed to the following year, if you want to keep the same system of
Yes.
renewals. Okay.
So I will get a new draft up and send it to Jan and board members and Tim and go from there. Does that sound agreeable?
Is your plan to vote for approval in July?
I don't know if we have anyone pending under this rule, Jan.
We do. Like I said, we have one on Friday, and I just licensed 2 last month that fell under it because they took the law exam in March. And so instead of making their license due May 31st, 2023, their license is now good until 2024. It's within 90 days. And then depending on when the 2 that you just approved today go in and take the law exam plus get whatever they're still missing is when they'll get licensed.
If we could consider those applicants under board discretion, I think that would be acceptable, and then we could vote on it next meeting.
Good plan.
At the last meeting, it was proposed that in order to maintain institutional knowledge that the board has over the years, that we would create work groups consisting of current board members and former board members. And with the guidance of other states, we have decided to recommend 3 different work groups. One would be legislation and regulations. That would include all of the regulation rewriting approvals, knowing that Jan's process of getting through that. The second is the examination, so writing and reviewing, designing questions. That would also include continuing education review, synchronous and asynchronous. And the last would be community outreach and protection. Any concerns or questions about that?
I'd like to add that Mr. Resner and I discussed these. He's already mentioned that, he mentioned earlier that members of the work groups will be signing a confidentiality agreement. He also made the suggestion that the board member assigned to these work groups report at meetings what activity they had. So that become a part of the regular meeting.
And do we have former board members that are interested in serving on these work groups already? Or has that not been solicited yet of them?
I'm nominating the soon-to-be former board member sitting next to me.
I have spoken with Dr. Sparks, and she's expressed interest.
Okay.
You know, I've talked to Dr. Klopfenstein, and as long as there's, I think, clear expectations, there is interest.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Do we need a motion to approve that?
Yes, I think you're actually creating the work groups today and sort of the general structure. And so I think a motion's in order there.
Gerard, would you like to make a motion?
I'm not used to this. I would like to make a motion to the formation of work groups to assist the state board in its duties. There will be 3 different work groups. Legislation and regulations, annual examinations, community outreach and protection. These work groups will give quarterly reports, and the members will sign non-disclosure agreements. All in favor say aye. Oh, sorry. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
We have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Did you want to discuss active practice today?
We can, it just wasn't on the list here.
It's not on the agenda. Before we discuss, I'd like to see if someone in the gallery would like to make a comment.
All right. So with respect to active practice, we had our task force look at some of the proposed language and had some recommendations or some thoughts that they had. One of them was specifically around the allowance for someone who's in a fellowship or in a residency, specifically the residency. They felt like someone was already licensed to practice, and they were practicing as part of that residency, so they felt like that should count toward that active practice. So that was one of the recommendations. The other recommendation was at the very bottom of the active practice. I don't have the language right in front of me, but it talks about membership in a professional association if that membership is being investigated because of behavior or whatever the case is. And our attorney felt like if it had been revoked, it's one thing, but if it's actually just being investigated, that it really wouldn't be grounds to not be included at that point. So because nothing had actually been finalized at that point. So those are the 2 kind of main things. The other area that was a question I think we got clarified was basically you said that they had to practice, I think, a day a week for 50 weeks to count as active practice. But somebody asked about whether if they were on vacation for a month or they took a sabbatical for a month or whatever, would that still count? But it seemed like it was answered with the 400 hours of practice. That sort of was kind of an either-or thing, so that gave them that flexibility for that. So I think those are the main things. The real concern was around their residencies because they felt like that was an area where doctors were getting valuable training, but they were already licensed at that point and they were seeing patients, so that should count toward their active license, in their opinion. So, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide that feedback.
Thank you.
Dr. Lozada
Yes.
submitted that regulation to be approved back in February, but it's still sitting at the AG's office, so it's not gone anywhere other than past Department of Admin, but it was submitted already. That's why I wasn't on the agenda. That you told me I could do that in January, so. Do you want me to have him pull it from the AG's office for the time being?
Is this a big enough problem, do you believe?
Yeah, I don't know that if the board wanted to make changes, I don't know that they'd be material at this point. I mean, so the suggestions would be to, there's an exclusion for a residency or fellowship from that time period from counting towards active practice. And so if you wanted to make that change, I'm not sure that that's material as far as the entirety of the regulation.
It does include, this part that was submitted includes the patient care provided while engaged in a training program.
Training program and residency and fellowship. I think those three were all included. Yeah. But I don't know, Jan, maybe that's something we could ask them whether or not they would believe that to be a material change, and we could pull it back if that's the will of the board, of course. You want to make that change, then, that ultimately would be the standard, because you go to hearing on whether or not, once it makes its way through the process, whether or not you're going to promulgate the regulation, and you'll have an affirmative vote on that. You can't amend at that point in time, but it's whether or not it's a material change is going to be the question.
So at this point, it sounds like we're going to make an exemption to residency and fellowships. Is that correct?
Because it currently states the following shall not qualify as active practice, and then it goes into patient care provided in a training program, residency, or fellowship.
I think that was probably meant for externships. That's what we were thinking, and we were not thinking of fellowships. That's a big enough change that we do need to make that.
I'll pull it back from the AG's office, and we'll just start over with it.
Yeah.
I certainly think that the patient care provided during a residency would qualify for active practice.
Exactly, but not externship.
Do you like the language training program? That's what we currently have, right?
Maybe instead of adding that language, we just include patient care provided while the applicant is engaged in a training program, or a non-licensed applicant.
Would you like to go ahead and make that change?
Yes, as long as we think that's adequate, to say a non-licensed applicant versus including residency or fellowship.
Can you, I don't know. Is that going to be adequate, do you believe?
Yeah, I think I need to defer to you all as far as the industry, what the best terminology is. It seems to be.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is why I was trying to email something earlier. It's a lot easier if I see it. Can Dr. Bircher send that to Jan, and then Jan send that to all of us, and then we can decide later in the meeting?
Do you mean, okay.
Okay. What was your suggested change, please? I think that's inclusive enough. Dr. Durst?
I'm still trying to get into the updated version.
Okay.
Pardon my delay.
Would you like to bring my computer over?
Yeah, that'd be great, Jan, thank you.
Dr. Bircher, can I make a suggestion? How about while the applicant is not licensed and engaged in the training program?
Even better.
Sort of a two criteria there. Are there situations where someone would be licensed and in a training program that wouldn't constitute a residency or fellowship?
I don't think so.
I can't think of one. I can't think of it. Are you able to type, Jan? Tim, would you repeat that, please? Mr. Resner.
Yes, it would be patient care provided while the applicant is not licensed and engaged in a training program. While the applicant is not licensed and engaged.
While Jan is doing that, do we know the intention of the membership on any professional staff or professional association or society? Could I get an example of that? I'm sorry, the very last one that the KOA thought we should nix. I just didn't know if you meant like you were the AOA vice president and you were disciplined in some way, or I'm not sure what that's referring to.
I think in number 4, okay, thank you, Jan.
It needs to go after is. Yeah, it goes after is, not licensed and engaged.
Could you move down to number 4, please? Would removal of the words "while under investigation" be sufficient?
In regard to that provision, I suggested adding revoked or surrendered while under investigation. The intent of surrendered while under investigation is if you're heading towards revocation and the person under investigation surrenders in lieu of revocation. You don't allow them to escape by an argument that, well, you don't have jurisdiction or oversight over me.
A loophole.
But the intent is that it's made its way through the process, and that's the result. Either it's terminated or the applicant terminated himself.
I see. So the surrendered while under investigation is one phrase, and the investigation is not. It's together. Now I understand it. Would you recommend any change then?
I did add the language, the revoked or.
Okay, just that.
But certainly, I mean, if you don't like the idea of surrendered while under investigation, that can be struck.
No, now that you've explained it, I understand the intent. So what Tim is saying is that some people will, rather than have their license revoked, will surrender it.
Well, I mean, you could also just surrender your membership for any reason, and that would then be covered. Now, you certainly could remove while under investigation, but I think you need to qualify it somehow. Surrendered because of a complaint or something along those lines.
I think it should stay.
Okay. Any further discussion on the two changes? We need to make a motion to accept this version so that we can submit it. So, Dr. Bircher.
I will make a motion to accept the final draft on April 17th of the active practice regulation KAR 65 reciprocal licenses, active practice requirements.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries. Next on the agenda is the report of the Secretary Treasurer. Dr. Durst.
Okay, good morning. The first item that I have is approval of an additional location for Butcher Eye Care to add Sunshine Meadows Retirement Community. This is one of those mobile nursing home practices that the board has given the Secretary Treasurer the opportunity to approve intermittently until the next meeting. And it has already been provisionally approved, and we just now need the board's approval to add that location to Dr. Butcher's practice.
Would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I would like to make a motion for the board to approve additional Butcher Eye Care location to include Sunshine Meadows Retirement Community.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries.
All right. And then the next item I had was continuing education. If you'll remember, we've been discussing potential changes concerning online continuing education as interactive distance learning really came to the forefront during COVID and the pandemic. And as such, there's many ODs really pleading to allow online distance learning to continue and to allow that in place of live in-person formats. So just to review, if you remember, COPE changed names of formats back in 2022. We used to call it live and then interactive distance learning. Now things are called synchronous in-person, synchronous virtual, and asynchronous. COPE did actually several studies concerning synchronous virtual learning, and that was the subject of an ARBO happy hour meeting in January of 2023. These studies were presented in a poster at the 2022 American Academy of Optometry meeting. And they have been on our board member only site. Jan, I don't know if you have those handy. That does format inform quality? Basically, what they showed is that interactive distance learning shows comparable or better results than live activities based on objective measured changes in behavior and sustainable knowledge gains. Many of the synchronous distance learning online activities employ active learning strategies And the COPE accreditation, also as a result of this, was found to be equivalent to the ACCME, which is the medical accreditation program. So based on some of these measures in the studies, it was concluded that you cannot say any longer that a synchronous in-person continuing education program is better than a synchronous virtual education class. However, there are benefits from synchronous in-person education still, and things that cannot be obtained virtually, including human interaction, interacting with other members of the profession, and certain procedures. And we have to remember that we are a hands-on profession, and we're a human profession. So based on that, it was suggested, or a suggestion is going to be made in the rewrite of the regulation that we've been working on concerning continuing education 65-5-6. And I don't know if you want to work on that now or if we should table it until we get to.
Let's table it till the regulation review.
Okay.
Later this morning.
Okay, all right. So that's all I have concerning continuing education at that point until we get to that rewrite.
All right, we will call on you first.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is a report of the member at large. A report?
I have nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. The public member is unable to join us today, so there is no report. Next on the agenda is report of legal counsel. Mr. Resner?
Yes. I sent you all an email earlier this morning. There should be a flow chart. This relates to, I title it House Bill 2066. It's been codified in statute at KSA 483406. But there's a fun flow chart there if you have made it.
The only thing I would say is that I tried to print out the flow chart and I could not. I don't know if there was some sort of incompatibility. Jan, I'm going to ask you to see if you can print it out, and if you can, provide us all copies in July, please. There it is.
And so the intent is, and I wouldn't say this is completely exhaustive, there's the second page provides some more analysis, but the intent is to provide an overview as far as how an application moves, because this board does consider all reciprocities that come before it. At least a resource that you can reference as you work through it analytically. So under this legislation, which went into effect July 1 of 2021, you're looking at the type of applicant who comes to you. So if they're not a military service member, or they're not a military service member spouse, or if they do not currently reside in Kansas or they don't intend to, then you're going to view their reciprocity application under your current statute, which is KSA 65-1505D. In the event that they would either be military spouse, or reside in Kansas or intend to, which we have questions on the application which flesh that out, and that's their purpose, then you need to refer to the approach and then the criteria under House Bill 2066. And so then the first question is, are they qualified under your law to receive a reciprocity application? 65-1505D, for example, requires 3 years of active practice. You approved some today that didn't have the 3 years, and so they would technically be non-qualified under House Bill 2066. And so in the event that they would qualify under your act, and you have discretion, of course, but if they would qualify, that's the end of the analysis. You issue them a license, and everyone moves on. If they're not, and using that 3 years as an example, then you move to Section C2 of House Bill 2066, and then it lists a myriad of criteria that you need to evaluate to determine whether or not, and it's a shall under the law, whether they shall receive a reciprocity application or license. The time requirement is different under House Bill 2066. It's 3 years under your act. Under House Bill 2066, it's 1 year working in the profession. Whether that's different from active practice, I don't know, but it's 1 year working in the profession. So, there are other criteria you can look at, their criminal background, disciplinary history in other jurisdictions. But if they meet, all of the different criteria, then they must be issued a license under House Bill 2066. And it's that 1 year time period that it narrows from your act to that 1 year. You do have options in the event that, if you're concerned about someone, you can issue a probationary license up to 6 months. After that 6 month period, unless you find something, for example, that they falsified something on their application, but unless you find something that could result in taking a license away, the probationary license must transform into a full license at the expiration of 6 months or a shorter time frame that you might specify. You also have an option, in addition to the probationary, in the event that they've been in the statute or the bill, whichever, does use active practice in this case, but if they've been in active practice for less than 2 years, you can require as a condition of approval additional testing, but that testing must be specific to Kansas law, which may diverge from the reciprocity state's law. How you determine that, would take a lot of time and effort. I mean, if they're coming from Tennessee, for example, you'd need to do a comparison of where Kansas and Tennessee law may diverge. That'd be very difficult to do. And so what my suggestion is, and Jan, I think this is what you do anyway, but you require the substantive law exam, which would be specific to Kansas law. That would be a good example of, where the reciprocity state and where Kansas law may diverge. But that's the intention of this flow chart, and then the second page is my substantive writing, and so at least it's a reference that you can look to, with respect to these reciprocity applications that come to you in the future, as far as a checklist or whatever that may assist you.
Tim, can you clarify if HB 2066 tells the board we have to expedite the application process, or actually giving the license? Meaning they're not waiting until July to take the test.
Yeah, it's both, and I don't think I addressed that in the flow chart, but it's in the event it's a military member or spouse, it's a 15-day period from when a complete application is received. And so, there could be items outstanding, if they submit a reciprocity application, if there are items outstanding, or if there are questions that either Jan or if there's an investigative member of the board assigned to an application, you know, it's a question as to when it becomes complete, but 15 days for military or military spouse, and then 45 days for all others.
And so
The compressed time frame.
if we had a former applicant fail the Kansas state test and then move away and is now married to a military person and is returning, we really cannot ask them to take anything but the state law test. Is that correct? We could not say, your license is pending that you pass the practical.
Right, if they obtain licensure in another state and they meet the criteria of 2066, it'd be section C2, then you could not deny. I think you could take into account, I mean, if you've denied them licensure, you can take that into account, I believe, under the C2 criteria. But it changes the analysis for sure.
Thank you.
So I do have one question then. If somebody's coming in under that House bill, whatever, are we, like military, are we still requiring them to take the law exam? Because I'm still making them take it. And when I submitted my first report to the legislature, I had 2 columns of the date that they were approved and the date that they actually were licensed because of the time lag between the two. Since how to take the law exam, it is at their discretion and it's not nothing, it's beyond the board's control. Does that make sense? Even though the board approved somebody last month, but they didn't get to take the law exam until this month, there's like a 30-day lag between when they were actually approved and when they were licensed and their application. And so when I talked to legislative research, they're like, if I could kind of keep track of when they were approved versus when they were licensed, it's how that's up to them when they come in to take the law exam.
I don't think you can do it that way under House Bill 2066. So I think it has to be a little bit different. I don't think that we can delay the effective issuance of the license when it comes before the board for determination. If you're going to require them to take the law exam, they need to be issued a probationary license, and then you can, but it's only for applicants that have 2 or less years of active practice that you could require additional testing or training. For anyone over that threshold, the bill does not allow you to require that additional testing or training, CE, whatever it may be. So, I mean, that is a distinction, and then whether it's probationary, I think the board actually would have to issue the license, effective upon approval. You could make it probationary status, and that could be a condition of lifting the probation if they pass the law exam, but it does change the analysis a little bit.
So the 2 that the board just approved today, they can get, I can issue their licenses once one of them sends me the contract and the other one gets their CE. Those can be approved at that time and issued license without actually coming in to take the law exam. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Well, so is Dr. Rentz, I mean, he hadn't satisfied the requirements to receive the reciprocity. So I think you can delay him because he would have met the threshold anyway. What was the second?
The second one, Dr. Dersh is wanting to see her contract with whoever she's contracting with.
Yeah.
Because the first one also sent me his lease agreement that he had signed, that he was definitely moving. So.
Yeah, that one's different too because, I mean, technically it's not a complete application. Yeah, I mean, they both really are from that. So you put a condition on the license that they complete the application, and I guess it's going to be subject to review, but I mean, that's a little bit different of an approach, as opposed to the law exam, which I don't think we can delay issuance until they complete. I think that's just a condition of I mean, the way you would need to treat that would be they're on probation until they successfully pass it. Make that a condition of probation.
I think it should be clarified that you do have to report if you've ever had a probation on your license for credentialing. So by us making that decision, is this a complete application or a not complete application, can truly affect them long-term with ability to get on insurance, ability to be approved. So I think we'd have to keep that in the back of our mind. Is this actually approved on probation, or are we waiting for the final application to be done?
Do we want to call it a probationary license or a provisional license? That might solve the problem.
Well, yeah, you can't make it provisional, I don't think.
Cannot.
Under this bill, it is different.
Has to be probation.
I think that's the only way you can put a condition on granting licensure if it's, I mean, you are granting it, but I think that's the only way you can put the condition you want to. But it only comes up in the circumstance that someone has less than 2 years of active practice. Otherwise, you can't require that additional testing.
So the reciprocity application process is considerably more complicated. What this discussion was about. That's why I think it's important to have the flow chart for you to refer to. I think you're going to have to refer to it on every application that you get to work your way through it. I think you need as much time as you can to look these over. I'm at a disadvantage because I have the old statutes in my head that are constantly conflicting with what I'm seeing, so I have a harder time getting through this. I think that you'll have an easier time. Not an easy time, an easier time.
And we do, if just a little bit more time, we have 2 examples. I think
Certainly.
We have worked through, if you recall, Dr. Allison. He wasn't, he was reciprocity, but he was not intending to move here. He hadn't moved here, wasn't military, not a military spouse. You analyze him under the act, under the traditional way, and he was not in active practice, and that's ultimately what resulted in your denial of his application. And then you have Dr. Think of it, from Nebraska. And he represented he was intending to move here. He had, a substantial criminal record that wasn't disclosed in his application. And so even though you did analyze his application under House Bill 2066, that is something that you can consider in the criteria under Section C2 is whether or not they have a criminal background. In addition, he falsified his application. And so that was a pretty straightforward one as far as denying his application for those 2 reasons. I would think the majority of reciprocities are not going to have those types of issues. And from what we've seen, I think most people do represent, I've either relocated here or I intend to, which puts them under the bill even though they're not military. And so it's just working through, the different steps to make sure that you analyze it correctly. You can look at criminal background. You can look at if there has been discipline in another state. You look at the time that they've been practicing. I think those are all going to be really important details to scrutinize through the process to make sure that you fully understand their background before you take action.
So listening to you, I just realized that we need to change the wording on the licensure by examination because there's an immediate conflict. It has the 3 years I believe it says 3 years on the application, and then there's 1 year with HB 2066. So we need to put in some sort of a paragraph or a few sentences in there that explain the difference. Very, very few.
Yeah, you're right. It's not an easy one to explain.
Exactly. We'll need to ponder that one. That's part of our updating of the forms. All right. Thank you, Mr. Resner. It's 11:23. I'm going to suggest a 5-minute break until 11:28. Thank you. It's 11:28. We're going to resume the meeting. Next on the agenda, report of the executive officer.
So renewal update. As of today, I'm up to 60 that have actually renewed. Still leaves me with 341 that have not yet renewed. So I still have a bunch. And
That's pretty typical.
yeah, until after KOA has their meeting in May. That's when it gets really busy. But I've not had anybody send out any emails about wanting CE exceptions for having more non-live than live yet. But I got 340 some still left to renew, so I'm sure those are going to be coming.
Was the decision ever made for the doctor that was expecting or maybe had a newborn? Dr. Ertel?
I don't think so.
I'm unfamiliar with that.
So at the last meeting, Dr. Ertel, I think it's Ertel, had messaged Jan and requesting an exemption. And we discussed it and then tabled it.
Yeah, and she found CE, and actually, yeah. So I think she's good, because I think I did email her back, because there was some live CE coming up in the Kansas City area. Okay. So I emailed her, and she said that she was able to get her CE.
Perfect.
And then, can I move on? Okay, the ARBO conference is June 18th through the 20th. The board will pay expenses for you if you want to go. I need to kind of know who wants to go so I can pay registration fees. You need to make sure your own reservations at the hotel and flight reservations. The board will pay you per diem. They'll pay you, which consists mainly of meals that aren't provided. To and from the airport, parking, all that good stuff. And in case you didn't see my email, I did win the scholarship to ARBO, so all of my expenses are paid. So thanks to the nice letter that Gerard wrote.
Who in the past has gone, if I can ask?
I've gone to everyone. How many were you able, this was the first one you were able to go. So there was 2 years that we were not live.
Yeah.
Right. So she's been to all of them.
So it's like flying in on the 17th, and then on Tuesday, it's only a half a day, so you could fly back home on Tuesday. So I think I got the time of 12, the meeting's over at 12:30 on Tuesday afternoon. But if you needed to leave earlier than that, there are a lot of people that they bring their luggage down to the meeting, and whenever they need to, they just get up and leave on Tuesday, and it's kind of expected. So.
I would encourage those of you who've not attended to attend. It's more eye-opening than you can imagine. Oh, no pun intended.
To let me know, because and I can forward you the links to ARBO so you can actually make your room reservations, and the board will reimburse you for everything.
So you can count me in.
I know you.
We're at 1.
So
I assume it's only live this year.
Pardon?
Is it only live this year?
yeah, it's only live this year. I think. Yeah, I'll double check on that. I'm thinking last year it was also, they did a dual, and it was the same registration fee for both. But I'm thinking this year it's just live.
I'm appending.
Okay. We used to get a discount for early bird registration, but, like buy one, get one, but they quit doing that too, so. And that is all I have.
Thank you. Do we have comments from the public?
No specific comments other than our convention is in a couple weeks in Manhattan. So we'll be getting, I'm sure people will be renewing and sending in after that happens. So look forward to that. Also, we have appointed a task force that is designed to kind of help look at some of the rules and regs that you're all proposing. So there are they're members of ours that are former state board members and some others that are kind of know the legislative side of things as well. So we thought that'd be a good group to bring together, kind of make sure that we could provide feedback for you that both understood the regulatory side and also the legislative side as well. So I'm happy to kind of keep working with that. I think it's been a good process and it was a good feedback that we got so far. So any questions that you all have for us? One other comment I might make, I know in the last newsletter you included a little bitty blurb about light adjustable lenses. It might be something to reinforce out there to make sure that it's very clear that, that your position in Kansas is that the light adjustable lenses would not fall under the scope of an optometrist. So just to make sure nobody's doing that inadvertently. So.
Thank you.
Sure.
Was that you who gave no, that was Dr. Durst who gave a report on LALs. Would you be willing to make a comment so that Jan can send that out? Thank you. Do we have anybody remotely who wants to make a comment? Let's move on to regulation review. Before the end of the meeting, we will return back to the trade name. Correct. Let's see. I have a document, I just have to find it. Jan, do you want to post it? Share your screen, that will be easiest. Okay, so on the screen we have 6541. That's our first regulation to review. Dr. Nagaraja, we've been working on this for quite some time. And so what we've decided to do is to review a few at every meeting, because every 5 years they're all going to have to be reviewed. So this is going to become a part of regular meetings. The only addition that I would make is that since these updates were made, Mr. Resner and I realized that the term applicant is not defined. And I believe you sent a definition to me in an email for applicant. See if I can find it.
Did that come from the KBI? Didn't they seek to define it for tying up loose ends regarding criminal background?
I think so. I think that's where it came from.
That's been a while.
see it. Are you able to find that definition, Jen? Thank you.
It was a March 9th email, I think. Yeah. It was a 326-page document. It was a bill that I think they were seeking to address all agencies that get background reports. Jan, I have it if.
So I would suggest that being added.
Well, they are seeking to add it to our act statute.
Oh, so they will add it to, will they add that to all agencies?
That's specific to our act. That it would amend KSA 65-1501A.
Okay. So then we don't have to take any action on it.
Jan, do you know where that bill ended up in the process? They didn't seek to introduce it until very late.
Yeah, I don't think it went anywhere this year at all, according to my small agency group. Because it got submitted too late to do anything with, so next year maybe.
Perhaps what we can do is put a note in there that, put in the term or the definition so that we don't have to look for it again, and a note that it's going to be submitted by KBI in the 2024 legislative year, because we won't remember. Is there any other discussion?
You mean about this section or just?
The whole section?
I'm just concerned we have a lot of definitions about office, practice, location, medical care facility that all may be pending other upcoming discussions and meetings. So do we table this 64 4-1 until those discussions are had?
Yes. So Jan, if you would please put a note that 6541 has multiple definitions that need to be addressed at a later meeting. Any other discussion? I just looked at 65.4-5, which is the next one to review. You can make the same note for that. Yes, please. That's one way to catch up. Do you have that document, Dr. Nagaraja? No. Could you share the screen, please? Okay, you have it. Good.
Jan, do you know if all states currently require passing the national board exam for licensure?
Oklahoma does not.
In fact, this year we will have an applicant from Oklahoma that wanted to know why Kansas still required it. It'll be fun.
See also HB 2066?
No.
No. And I do have his application already, so.
Do any other states not require it, or is that?
That's the only one I know of.
Yeah, and it's part 3 that they don't require.
Do they have their own state practical exam like we do in Oklahoma? So they have no practical exam then if they're not requiring Part 3 of the National Board?
I don't believe so.
Wow.
And if you would like, I
Remind me
can
not to get an eye exam in
make an
Oklahoma.
inquiry to the board to see what they do.
Say that again, please.
I said, if you would like, I can call Oklahoma and see what they do require for an exam if they're not requiring Part 3.
Is that posted on the National Board website?
I do not know.
Okay. Speaking of National Board, we're all looking at number 4, C4. Where it says, has successfully completed all parts of the National Board examination. Is that the current correct terminology?
Like, does it need to say passed? Versus
No, I mean, it is, they call it the National Board. Do they have some new term that they're using to call the examination?
Unless you want
Yeah,
the
we need,
National Board of Examiners in Optometry.
well, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different tests, we could just say the NBEO examination. And that would include whichever ones are pertinent. And I'm saying that because of Part 3 is going to be renamed. So what I'm trying to do is avoid a terminology problem.
So couldn't we on that one just put all parts of the National Board of Examiners in optometry exam? The MBO, basically spell out MBO in there for the National Board.
We can't have all parts because of the injections test.
Until Kansas expand.
We could say all relevant parts of the NB.
Yeah. Yeah.
The term National Board Examination is defined in the definitional statute.
Oh, it is.
It's L.
Thank you. We already addressed it.
It is interesting language. Successfully completed. Probably means passed. Would be a good change to make, I think.
This seems interesting to me since we've administered the practical Kansas test to many applicants that do not have a passing NBEO score.
They all have.
So the last time I was in-person testing, several had not passed and it was pending.
Oh, right.
That was COVID related
Ooh, gotcha.
only.
Thank you. Any further discussion on 65-5-1? I'm going to defer to Dr. Durst for 65-5-6, continue education. Would agree? Other board members?
I would propose that we increase that to 12 hours due to the quality of the synchronous.
That's your correct wording.
Synchronous in person? Okay.
Dr. Durst, can I ask a question on synchronous in person?
It's a,
Synchronous means live? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I guess
so we put, so when Arbo changes their definitions again, can I just leave or live presentation there? Just so when Arbo updates it again and.
yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at too, Jan, is I think synchronous means live. Mm-hmm.
I think that's the question is, are we going to lump those together or are we going to separate all three?
I mean, if you, at the end of the day, you're looking at what does the plain language of the regulation mean. That's what you're going to focus on. And so if you're comfortable with, what that language means as opposed to the definition that Arbo is utilizing or the term that they're utilizing, that's what I would suggest you consider. Does that make sense?
So I just updated that on the thing, does that?
Is there a difference then between synchronous in person and live?
So you want me to delete live then? Okay.
Yeah, I hope that was clear if it wasn't too strange of a comment, but it's whatever language you use, make sure that you're comfortable with what the terms mean because you're not actually referring to their definition. I mean, you could refer to their definition as the category, but if you don't actually refer to their definition, make sure that that term is what you in fact mean.
Do we need to add those to the definitions regulation?
I mean, you could if you feel like you need to explain what that term means. I mean, you could either do it within the regulation or within the definitional regulation. I mean, I think that the term synchronous does mean live, presently occurring, right? And then in person is also very clear. I just want to make sure you're comfortable with the plain language because that's what ultimately it's going to, not what COPE says it means, it's what that says it means is what matters.
What if we were to, instead of striking the word live, leave it in, but put it in parentheses? That way the definition is in the regulation. The other thing is that as new licensees graduate, they're going to have their own terminology. They're going to use this terminology. We're not going to be, we're using terminology that's going to be dated. There may be some confusion.
Dr. Lozada, can we kind of take like a 5-10 minute break so I can go get lunch?
Certainly. It's 11:58. We're going to reconvene at 12:15. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order at 12:17 and table the discussion of 6556, continuing education. Next item on the agenda is that our next meeting will be July 21st and 22nd, 2023. That is also the weekend of the examination. We typically start at 9 in the morning. Examination is on Friday and Saturday. Last item on the agenda is the trade name application of Dr. Doug Harriet. Dr. Harriet is unable to join us. I will open it for discussion, and I will start the discussion by saying that the fundamental issue with the trade name application is that the address listed for this entity is the same address for another practice. There is no different suite number. There is no designation of any sort of difference between the two trade names. And so we have the problem of two trade names at one address. Dr. Harriet is unable to join us and to explain the difference. That would be my main discussion regarding the trade name. Is there any other discussion?
Do you know who's at that other practice, the same name? I'm looking it up, but I just wondered if you knew off the top of your head.
The name of the other practice is the Eye Doctors.
My other concern is the association with digital optometrics and some corporation formed in Delaware, and a corporation, what was it? Corporation service company on Wanamaker. What association does he have with that? That was on
Wanamaker in Missouri.
Wanamaker in Kansas, in Topeka.
I think that's their registered agent.
Okay.
Receive service of process in the state. But you're right, there was an out-of-state address, and I don't recall.
Yep.
It's
For Dr. Howard Freed in Lake Success, New York.
That's right.
There's that address. The previous trading application had a practice address in Lee Summit, Missouri. Appeared to be a residential address. Is there any other discussion? I'd like to make a motion to reject the trade name application of Dr. Doug Harriet based on the confusion associated with two entities located at the same address. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries.
Dr. Lozada,
Yes.
in this case, I would suggest a written order of the board.
I do have a written order that Randy came up with me,
Okay.
for me, for the trade names not being approved.
All right, we will send a written order to Dr. Harriet. At this point, the meeting will adjourn for lunch, 12:22. Do we want to resume at 1? Is that adequate? Will we resume at 1 and go into executive session from 1 to 5 p.m.? Thank you.
Tim, just so we have it on the record while we're still kind of live with this, can we go into state that we're going into executive session with the reason now versus 1 o'clock?
It's now 1:03. We're back in session. At this point, I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session to discuss pending legal matters and legal questions, with the justification being consultation with the agency's attorney, which would be deemed privileged under attorney-client relationship. It concerns investigations and the investigative process. Open session will resume in this room at 3:03 p.m. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. The board is now in executive session.